Good evening, everyone. Round number 5 of the 13th New York International is underway at the Marshall Chess Club in New York City. And on board number 1, a very, very quick draw. Grandmasters Wojtek Plot of the Czech Republic and Grandmaster David Brodsky of the United States certainly agreed to a draw before the game even started, because the variation they chose for the draw is the most popular, let's say, arranged draw of chess today, which is you get to the Berlin defense in the Rue Lopez, and white castles kingside, black takes on e4 with the knight, d4 and knight d6. Man with head of dog already with us. And then d takes e5, knight takes b5, a temporary piece sacrifice, but then after a4, the knight has nowhere to go. Black does not want to allow Bob the chess GM. Yes, you just saw Gabor Nagy. He is playing on board number 3 against Canadian International Master Michael Song. White's going to play a takes b5, open the a file for the rook, gain a tempo against the knight. Black does not want to see that happen. So the very best move for black is to play the knight to d4 and trade on d4. After d5, white then proceeds to take en passant, and black replies with knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and queen takes d6. So in this position, after queen e4 check, black's best move is queen to e6, because bishop e6 runs into queen takes b7. And white plays the queen to d4. Now black cannot develop the dark squared bishop because of queen takes g7. So black plays the queen to d6. Rook e1 check does not lead to anything, because if rook e1 check, then black can play bishop e6. Queen e4 check stops bishop e6, but allows queen to e6. And so we had a draw by repetition. That has become the most popular draw of all arranged draws in chess. And Bob the chess GM played against Wojtek Plot once. and he played an early d4 in the Ruy Lopez. Yes, we'll see. We'll see Gabor Nagi's board. So it is a very common thing for very strong players when they have to play a long tournament where they have to play many games in just a few days to kind of choose a couple of rounds where they're going to take it easy and get some rest so that they have their energies in the right place when it's time for the games that will really matter. It's extremely difficult to play 9 games if you play to the last pawn every single one of them. Dr. Einstein ZS is following us, and so is Bob the Chess GM. The Marshall Chess Club appreciates you. So before we look at board 2, let's look at board 3. We don't have the first few moves on this game yet. Canadian IM Michael Song is playing Hungarian Grandmaster Gabor Nagy. On board number 2, Andrew Tang has the white pieces against Lithuanian GM Maxim Novik. And for the second time in this tournament, Andrew Tang, instead of the London system, starts with d4 and c4. So Black has an invitation now to play bishop b4. That's what he did. And Andrew Tang played Kasparov's old favorite queen to c2, which is the classical variation of the Nimzo Indian. Izai 01 following us up top. So maybe Michael Song is the one that's not at the playing hall yet. Bob the Chess GM. Board number 4. A battle of very young people. And Liam Putnam is playing white against the feeding master Brian and Ming Lin. Both Liam and Brian are in good shape, playing very strong chess. That's gonna be a fun battle. Mikola Bortnik is playing white against Grandmaster Rahul Srivachav. White played e4. It seems that black is not yet on the premises. Board number 5, Egyptian International Master Kevin George is playing Grandmaster Mark Paragua. Kevin George has been a bit impressive with his middle game calculation. He has not been getting fantastic positions out of the opening, but he's been calculating very well in messy middle game positions, and that's why he's playing at the top boards. He decides to go for the Rossolimo variation against the Sicilian defense of the Filipino GM. Talking about the Philippines, Filipino boxer Manny Pacquiao is fighting tomorrow at the age of 46. He's coming back. That man doesn't stop. He's a philanthropist. He's a politician. He's a professional boxer. That man can't stop. He's going to fight at the age of 46. That sounds like a bad idea to me. Hope Manny Pacquiao doesn't get hurt. But he looks in shape. C3, A6, Bishop F1. I have played this variation many times, always with the black pieces. So white's ready to play D4. And so black plays Bishop G4 in order to fight against that. H3 is the most common move. Leads to positions where white does not take so many risks. But if white wants to take risks, D4 is a very interesting move. D4 is the sharpest move in this position. Kind of saying, do what you want with your pin. I'm going to dominate the center quickly. And if I have to have some double pawns on F3, I'm willing to pay that price. Board number 7, the amazing 11-year-old FIDE Master Lin Chizhu, playing white against Grandmaster Andrei Maximenko of the Ukraine. And he is playing D4 early against the Sicilian defense. And it's not the Smith-Morr Gambit, which would be C3. He takes on D4, retreats the queen to D3. There's no way white gets an advantage losing a tempo with the queen like that, but the prerogative of playing white in chess is that you can make a small inaccuracy and still have a good position. Maybe not better, but a good position. And this is certainly not a bad system. White wants his opponent out of book. Board number 8. Candidate Master Ethan Guo, rated 2193. Playing white against International Master Casa Corley of Denmark. We've got the Petrov defense. So this is the same diagram from a famous game of Vishy Anand, when Vishy Anand, I mentioned this, I believe it was in the first round, that Vishy Anand, when he was very young but already a grandmaster, that was in 1988 when he was 19 years old, he lost the most horrible game of his life when he resigned on move 6, and his FIDE rating was 2555, if I'm not mistaken. And he was playing against a fellow grandmaster from Colombia called Alonso Zapata. And with his knight under attack here, he made the blunder of playing bishop f5 and resigned the game after queen e2. Because after d5, d3, he loses the knight. And after queen e7, knight d5, ditto. The queen is under attack, c7 is under attack. If the queen keeps protecting the pawn, d3 wins a piece. So Vishy Anand resigned in 6 moves in classical chess when he was a grandmaster. At the age of 19, he was famous for playing the game very, very fast back then. And certainly this game was an incident that, taught him an important lesson about how serious classical chess should be taken. He's got a lot of time on the clock and he should use it better. He was very young, and we know who Vishy Anand is and who he went on to become. So Casa Corley plays knight f6. We have d4, g6, queen e2, and queen e7. The most common move here for black is knight takes c3. That's the theoretical move. And then white opens up the d file and castles queenside after bishop e3, queen to d2, queenside castling, and then it's up to black to decide if we're going to have king's castled in opposite wings or if he's going to go for queenside castling himself with queen d7 followed by queenside castling. Retreating the knight back to f6 is a legitimate choice. Slightly passive because of the tempo loss, but completely acceptable, even so. Casacuorli is going for the fianchetto of the bishop. Which kind of indicates that he wants a position that's as asymmetrical as he can get. So he might be able to liven things up because the standard thing would just be to play d5 and have an extremely symmetrical position, followed by bishop e7, kingside castling. And if black is not totally equal, it's very close to that. But instead, he's playing g6. And then queen e2 check and queen e7. Queen e7 should be the only decent move. Of course, bishop e6 would be a blunder as d5 wins a piece. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5. And bishop e7 would allow bishop h6. Not only black cannot castle, but bishop g7 followed by bishop takes f6 is a big threat. So instead, black plays queen e7. Bishop g5, queen takes e2, bishop takes e2. And now bishop g7. Looks very equal, and by the looks of it, Ethan Guo doesn't mind a draw against an international master, right? He's playing against an opponent who's got 214 points more than he does. And that's how it goes. If Casacuorli wants to win, he's gonna have to demonstrate it. Grandmaster Oliver Barboza has the white pieces against candidate master Luke Hoffman. Interesting head of dog. Yeah, I remember in the first round, one of our viewers was like, whoa, Casa's representing Denmark? And he appeared to be a bit surprised by that. Yes, being a grandmaster in the US today makes it quite hard for you to make the Olympic team, for example, right? The American team is ridiculously strong. Knight g5, bishop d5, e4, h6. So Luke Hoffman is playing a line that looks a bit speculative here because white can play d5. If it were not for this move, black would be doing just fine. But after d5, I don't really like the black position, but we'll see. Bishop takes g5, queen b6, and bishop takes c4. The point behind this move is that if knight takes c4 is played, then white will get the piece back with queen a4 check and queen takes c4. White's certainly a lot better. Since black played the queen to b6 and went into this very dangerous line, he is kind of forced to play queen takes b2 here and roll the dice. And look, Hoffman is feeling okay with that. After bishop b5 check, the king goes to d8. If black doesn't play the king to d8, if black retreats with one of the knights and white plays rook to c1, defends c3, black is just crushed. It's very hard for black to find a way to develop the bishop here. And white will just castle, and white's development advantage will yield a huge attack. It's going to be the c file or this diagonal, maybe even the e file, but the attack is going to be tremendous. So black needs to play the king to d8, and as crazy as this looks, it is playable for black. Rook to c1, and then knight e4. So this is a computer line. Knight e4 makes sense because the bishop on b5 needs the protection of the knight. And the game continues with knight takes c4 and queen takes b5. So they're both following top theory. Black wants to play knight d3 check now and fork the king and the rook. And Barboza quickly plays the rook to c3. Look, Hoffman, after his first 15 moves, he still has 1 hour and 33 minutes and 36 seconds on the clock, meaning he's got 3 minutes and 36 seconds more than he had when the game began. So Aaron asking, how are you, Aaron? I just saw your question now. So the question, why not take and force bishop takes c7 and either bishop h6 or force him to spend time to get his bishop back to g7 in the Casa game? Okay, thank you. Let's take a look at that. Okay. Oh, I see. Because he played bishop g5 instead of taking on e7. Yeah, if he takes on e7, black would have taken with the bishop for sure. And with the queens being traded, then bishop h6 no longer produces a threat. For example, black can play bishop f8. And if bishop takes, king takes, and king g7, black is as good as castled. And if bishop g5, bishop g7, and black is doing fine as well. It's a very dull opening. going to take a look at Nathaniel Moore playing white against the Argentinian FIDE master Juan Pereira. D4, D5, C4, C6, knight C3, E6. Known as the triangle variation of the Slav defense, it can lead to some pretty sharp lines like the note boom variation, which is notorious for being incredibly sharp. So the note boom variation occurs when white plays knight f3, black plays d takes c4. And then a4, bishop to b4, pawn to e3. White wants to play bishop takes c4, but black will defend the pawn with b5. White replies with bishop d2. Black plays a5, and after a takes b5, b takes c3, bishop takes b3, c takes b5. Now, white plays b3 with the intention of playing bishop takes b5 check. So black defends the rook with bishop b7, so that after b takes c4, black can play b4 safely. And after bishop b2, we have an extremely sharp play. After black plays knight f6, knight bd7, and kingside castling, black has two pass-connected pawns on the queen side, which bodes amazingly well for an endgame, but white has a ridiculously strong pawn center, and it's very easy for black to get crushed before the endgame even materializes on the board. But black has very good chances here too. It's just a matter of who's going to be, let's say, who's going to understand better and feel more intimate with this very uncommon position. Sixth round takes place tomorrow, July 19th at 12. Another equally sharp way, or even sharper, to play against the note boom is to play e4 like Nathaniel Moore just did. That entails a pawn sacrifice, and it's been a long time since I last saw live a game on this variation, so this is going to be a treat because they both went for it. Because if Nathaniel Moore does not want the craziness of this variation, does not want to sacrifice the pawn, he can retreat the knight back to c5, and he's not worse. Black can play knight f6, black can play c5, black equalizes. But bishop d2 is very, very sharp. So queen takes d4. White can block the check with the knight or the bishop. It is believed today that with the bishop is slightly stronger, and that's what Nathaniel Moore goes for. Knight a6 attacks the bishop, and white now decides if he wants to play bishop d6 to keep the bishop on the a3 to f8 diagonal so that black does not castle, or play bishop a5, which threatens nothing less than a checkmate in one. Black plays b6. and white replies with queen d6. That's the point of playing bishop to a5. White wants to play queen d6 because if the bishop is captured, there's rook d1, renewing the threat of a checkmate in 1. So black has to play f6 so the king can escape to f7. But then white plays f3, attacking the queen here, and the queen cannot keep protecting the c6 pawn. White will actually end up playing queen takes c6, followed by queen takes a8. And that's a better position for white. So b takes a5 is not a very good move. Black must play bishop to d7. So this is really going to be a battle of who's got the deeper preparation, right? White, after 3.5 minutes, decided to castle queenside, threatening the bishop. Certainly not the only move. Bishop c3 attacking g7 was playable. Rook d1 was also playable. And black castled queenside as well. The Marshall Gambit at the Marshall Club. I am not that fluent with the nomenclature of certain openings. So head of dog, you mean that this gambit here, I really don't know the name. So this is the Marshall Gambit? Bishop to c3. And black does not play the knight to f6, but the pawn. Let me look this up. Yes, it is correct. This is the Marshall Gambit. Very fitting. So these players might be doing this on purpose. There are many gambits indeed, named after the great Frank James Marshall. So it's time for Nathaniel Moore to open his bag of tricks and demonstrate the compensation he's down upon. He's got the bishop there and allegedly the safer king. Board 12. The Dominican FIDE master Camacho Campuzano is playing Canadian IM Mark Plotkin. And Mark is playing the modern defense. Bishop e3, pawn to a6. Queen to d2, pawn to b5. a4 and b4. Knight d1 and knight f6. Attacking e4. If the pawn is defended with bishop d3, then black can play knight g4 and go for white's dark squared bishop. So Camacho does a good thing by playing f3. This move also vacates the f2 square for the knight. He's also trying to send a message to black that a fianchettoed bishop is not going to do anything. Looks like a good way to play against the modern. Knight c3, knight c6, knight g3, pawn to h5. Bishop b5, bishop to d7. Kingside castling, h4. Mark Plotkin really taking some risks here. Bishop takes c6 and pawn to d5. Bishop d7 and pawn to c3. Hard to say if white has obtained an advantage or not. What he appears to be looking to do is open the c file quickly and try to put pressure against the c7 pawn. Hello, Jackson. Not during the tournament. During the tournament broadcast, I'll be busy. You'll be very welcome from Monday onwards, though. So Mark Plotkin has a golden touch. He can play these bizarre things and make them work. He's brilliant at creating complications. His father is a FIDE master, so he learned chess early. So he has a solid foundation upon which he messes everything up with. That's really nice. He had a very nice win with the Modern earlier in the tournament. That was a bit impressive. Like, it was real demolition. Board number 13. William Safranek, rated 2165. Is playing Grant Zhu, FIDE Master Grant Zhu. We have a French defense advanced variation. So black is trying to trade the light squared bishops with bishop b5. And white does not want to let it happen and plays knight a3. That's not known as the best way to fight against that plan. A common strategy here for white against this idea is to play a3 and reply bishop b5. The idea is to answer knight c6 with d5. This leads to complicated positions where white has compensation. I don't think this knight a3 move has a very strong reputation. So FM, Jackson, stands for FIDE Master. And FIDE, the acronym FIDE, stands for the International Chess Federation. And that's the third highest title in chess. So that would be false, yes, because an international master is higher than a FIDE master, but not so much higher that a FIDE master has no shot. A GM would be a favorite against an IM, and an IM would be a favorite against an FM, and FM would be a favorite against a CM. But anything can happen. Yeah, and there's world champion. C takes d4, C takes d4, knight b4. Yes, Jackson, we have had quite a few interviews so far. It's not always possible. Some games end very late. Sometimes the players have long days at the chessboard and they're tired, and there's all of that. Of course, we leave it to the players to decide. We have been able to speak to quite a few, and we always hope to be able to speak to as many as possible, but always understanding that sometimes they can't do it for several reasons. Board number 14. Kululeko. Kosi Kululeko is playing white against international master Yuri Lapshin. We have knight f3, d5, c4, d4. b4 and g5. Yuri Lapshin. That's interesting. So if the knight takes the pawn, he wants to play e5, right? That should be the idea. If the knight takes the pawn, e5 attacks the knight, and if the knight retreats, then there's e4. And that has to be bad for white. So bishop e2, bishop g7, e3, and e5. Very aggressive approach by Lapshin here. I like it. I quite like that. h3, g4. H takes g4, bishop takes g4. Queen to b3. e4, of course, was being threatened, winning a piece. He gets out of the pin. Knight e7. Bishop e2. The queen on b3 makes it so d3 is not possible for black at the moment. E takes d4 and e4. Wow. Really didn't see that coming. Really didn't see that coming. Took Yuri 3 minutes to make this decision. 3.5. Wow. That looks very weird, you know? That looks very weird because yeah, d5. I was going to mention that. It looks like so Yuri Lapshin made a big mistake, tactical mistake, and lost in kind of a bizarre fashion in round number 4. Is it possible that he missed d5? He's got a problem with the bishop on g7, the rook on h8. That's the spirit, Jackson. Trying to understand what's going on here. Trying to understand. So what was wrong with e takes d4? It's not too old, Jackson. I started chess at age 15. At age 14, you're starting the game um, earlier in life than I did myself. So e takes d4. Trying to understand something about this game here. Against e takes d4, white probably planned on knight takes d4 because there's an x-ray against h8 where after bishop takes d4, bishop takes g4, h takes g4, takes h8, and white is winning a pawn. But black's position looks very strong. Black can go for queenside castling very quickly here. But Yuri would have a good position here, I think. At least very, very playable. After e4, d5, it looks like his position is very bad, and he's been thinking about it for how many minutes now? 3 minutes. He might realize that he's in trouble now. I got my international master title when I was 21 years old. So the road from complete beginner to IM took me 6 years between age 15 and 21. And that was between 1997 and 2003. Board number 15, we've had a 7-move quick draw between Kieran Nasta playing white and international master Tomas Pitteni playing black. Najdorf variation of the Sicilian. Very surprising, given the fact that Pitteni is an international master and his opponent is rated 2031. There is a very large rating difference here. So let's say this is an expensive draw rating-wise for Pitteni. Board 16. Grandmaster Michael Rode. Grandmaster Michael Rode is playing black. D takes c4 and a4. I'm sorry, Michael Rode is playing white against international master Ishan Hebar. And they play a very popular line in what is known as the classical variation of the Slav defense. White's a4 move, of course, aims to stop black from playing b5 so that he can play e4 and bishop takes c4. Back in the old days, other than bishop f5, there were lots of players with the black pieces that went for knight a6 or bishop g4. Finally, the experts on this line agreed that this bishop should be developed on f5 because by controlling the e4 square, it does not allow white to play e4. And that understanding made it so the variations bishop g4 and knight a6 have been kind of like buried. At least at high-level tournament play anyway. And against bishop f5, there are three possible replies for white. The most theoretical is knight e5. The most positional is e3. And there's also an option C, which is to try and harass the bishop with knight h4 right now. e3, e6. So Jackson, you seem to be new to the game, right? Kingside castling for both. White plays the queen to e2, aiming to play e4. So black plays the bishop to g6, so that that advance doesn't happen. e4 now is just wrong because of bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and knight takes e4. But white plays the knight to e5. That's considered to be the best move in this position. Knight b d7. White gets the bishop pair now after knight takes g6. H takes g6. And rook to d1. Black continues with queen a5. Pawn to e4. And pawn to e5. It's very important for black to react with e5 right now. Very important. Very important. And that what was played by Eshan Hebar. If black plays something else and white plays e5 and then white trades here and plays the bishop to d3, this is quite a bad position for black. White can play the queen to g4, h4, h5, maybe g3 and king g2 to slide the rook over to the h-file, and black can get in a lot of trouble on the king side. So e5 quickly is a good move by Eshan, and white reacts with d5. Which makes sense. Another move that is also speculative for black is to win the pawn here with bishop takes c3, b takes c3, queen takes c3, because rook a3 attacks the queen and everybody's defended. And this rook is going to the h-file now. This is so dangerous for black. So now we have d5 and knight c5. Bishop d2, rook a d8. And bishop to e1. I like this. I like how this game is developing. This game can get really, if both players are in the right mood for a fight, that b4 gambit in the Scandinavian. So that's almost all of the games so far. We are already going to take a look at board number 17. And lots of moves have been played. This tournament is so strong that on board number 17, we have 2 players rated above 2,200 FIDE on board 17. So FIDE Master Andrew Jing, rated 2244, is playing the white side of a Slav Defense Fianchetto variation against FIDE Master Leif Pressman, rated 2206. They have transposed into, with the Fianchetto of both bishops, this is no longer a Slav. This is the Grunfeld Defense. Fianchetto variation. Knight g4. C takes d5, knight takes c5, d takes c5, and c takes d5. Bishop takes d5 and knight c6. e6 and bishop takes. Bishop takes and pawn takes. So black's pawns are doubled. That doesn't mean black is any worse. Black is very, very well developed here. And playing the queen to b3. So if black plays the queen to b3, threatening to play queen takes e6 check, knight d4 attacks the queen, protects e6, and threatens knight takes e2 check as well. So certainly queen b3 is not a good idea. We have knight c3, and black swaps off the bishop for the knight, snaps it off. Because he wants the endgame. Rook fd8. c4, b6. This looks very equal. Takes and rook c1 and rook to c8. Black actually should be a bit better here because white's pawns on the queen side are very weak. And against c5, there's... Well, c5 is pretty forced. Otherwise, white is just going to be down a pawn, and that's it. Any other move, and that's just white down a very clear pawn. c5 is forced. But then knight b3, rook c4, knight takes c5. Bishop d4. Rook to c7, and pawn to a5. The opening went really well for Pressman. My favorite opening, I think it would be, I like to play the Sicilian defense, the classical variation of the Sicilian. I like to play the semi-Slav as black. I would say the Sicilian defense and against e4 and the semi-Slav defense against d4, Jackson. On move 22 here, Pressman could have taken with the pawn. And why didn't he? Why didn't he? Because if rook c3, then pawn to c4, protecting the knight. Bishop takes a7, rook a8, rook takes a4, followed by like e5, king a6, king d5. Black can play this for a win. This does not look as good. Because black's going to have a passed pawn on b6 here, rather than a passed pawn on c4. B takes c5 seems to have been a missed opportunity here by Leif Pressman. It's going to be very hard for black to be able to play this for a win. Board number 18. We don't have any moves yet. In board number 19. Caro-Kann is really good, Jackson. Caro-Kann is rock solid. Sicilian defense, Najdorf variation. Thomas Kong is playing Kevin Wang. And we're going to have the English attack. G5. Knight FD7 and A4. A4 is a very good move. B takes A4, knight takes A4. Bishop B2, Bishop B7, Knight B3. So it might look odd for white to play G4, G5 on the king side and A4 on the queen side, because then it's like, where does white plan to put his king? And the answer is very clear, on the king side, by castling king side. And white wants to exploit the weakness of the A pawn and also of the A5 square. And it's hard for black to demonstrate that these are weaknesses that can be taken advantage of. Rook B8, knight takes B7, rook takes B7. And pawn to B3. The pawn on A5. The pawn on A6 is a very clear target now. It's unlikely that black can defend it. Black might have to be looking for counterplay elsewhere. Looks like the opening went really well for Thomas Kong. And but despite the fact that Kevin Wang's position looks a bit dubious, he still has 1 hour and 27 minutes there. And finally, on board 20, Mahir Patel is playing Ben Gershnov. And this is one more game in this round featuring the so-called triangle variation. The triangle variation of the Slav. Because this is a little triangle there. This time, white is playing more positionally with queen c2, simply protecting the c4 pawn. And black is going for a Stonewall Dutch formation with f5. C takes d5, e takes d5, knight c3, knight f6, and bishop g5. So, what about bishop takes f5? If this move is played, bishop takes f5, queen takes f5, there's bishop takes d4 with the discovered attack against the queen. So white castles queenside instead. And black gets an initiative going on the queen side immediately, which looks quite correct. Knight a6 with the idea of knight b4. Pretty good opening by Ben Gershnov here. Rook dg1. Pawn to b4. Pawn to b4, not knight to b4, huh? I don't like this move very much. Knight b4, attacking the bishop followed by a5 seems to be a lot faster. By playing b4, okay, then white plays knight a4, and this knight will be under attack. You know, as it goes back to c7, it's going to be hard for black to open lines of attack on the queen side. This feels like a very serious positional mistake. Gershnov had played an impressive opening for the first 13 moves, and black seemed to have the advantage. Not so much anymore. Another quick draw happened on board number 3 when Michael Song playing the white pieces against Gabor Nagy. We had an exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. Bishop e6, e3. h6, bishop h4. Knight bd7, bishop d3. g5, bishop g3, knight h5. This is a nice opening for black. Black gets a good position here. Queen f6, knight takes h4, and queenside castling. g3 and king to b8. Queenside castling. So Nagy appears to have proposed a draw while playing rook to c8 here, and his opponent accepted. Very strong opening for black. I like the bishop pair, you know. After black plays c5 and bishop g7, black's position seems to be very good. I wonder if Gabor Nagy did not feel that way. I just got a 7-win streak in Blitz while watching the stream. Exactly, man with head of dog. When he played the king to b8, he wants the rook to go to c8 to this file, Jackson. That's why he moved the king. After black plays c5 and opens up the c file and this diagonal for the bishop, only black can have an advantage. A bit surprising that Nagy did not want to keep playing this. Feels excellent for black. On board number 2, we have one man that doesn't like quick draws at all and likes to go for it. Grandmaster Angel Tang. C takes d5. Grandmaster Maxim Novik captures with the pawn on d5, not the queen. Shirogorov Quantum following the Marshall Chess Club. We appreciate that. Always interesting when black decides to take with the pawn here, as was the case. This is a very deliberate choice to play positions where black has chances to play for a win, because queen takes d5 is the most common choice, attacking this pawn, and after e3 defending it, c5 getting counterplay, or knight f3, queen f5 is a common response here. There are some fun games, for example, by Garry Kasparov, playing the white pieces. A famous game where Vishy Anand beats Vladimir Kramnik in their World Championship match, if I'm not mistaken, played in 2008. They don't really take breaks during the game, Jackson. But if you take a look at the video feed, you see that it's very common for players to stand up from their chairs and walk around and look at the their colleagues' games. So you actually can take quick breaks all the time when playing chess tournaments. E takes d5. Miguel Mahone. That's a good buddy of mine. When I started teaching chess classes some 20 years ago, where you wouldn't even show up on video, it was just audio. One of my first dear students was Mr. Miguel Mahoney. So that's my big brother right there. We go back, Miguel. Way back. H6, bishop h4, and c5. Andrew Tang is playing the tournament, Jackson. Hopefully we can even maybe get an interview going with him. We were able to interview him quite a few times in a tournament. The last tournament we broadcasted in December. Andrew Tang and Mikola Bortnik both. We've already spoken to Mikola Bortnik in our interviews. We have not been able to interview Andrew Tang yet, but then again, Andrew Tang is the last man to leave the office. Is like he plays long games. A3, queen to A5, rook to C1. And Maxim Novik plays queen takes A2. Really? That's extremely surprising. That's very materialistic. Wow. Yeah, I cannot take the queen. The knight's pinned. I can see that. How long did it take him? It took him 9 minutes to make that decision. Wow, that's extremely surprising. That's extremely surprising because black can play d4 here, and that's commonly what black plays for. White still has got his knight on f3, on g1, sorry. So white does not have very good control over the d4 square. So black can play a quick d4, knight takes d4, attacks the queen, follows up with queen takes c5. There's lots of counterplay, but black needs to focus on the center of the board. To my understanding, queen takes a2 is just a very, very wrong move. Very wrong, very materialistic. And Andrew Tang follows up with bishop b5, which is perfect because by pinning the knight, he takes advantage of the opponent's mistake and the knight cannot go to d4 anymore. Kingside castling, knight g e2, and he's ready to castle next. Very fantastic opening here for Andrew Tang. The d5 pawn is weak. If bishop takes c5, then there's knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes c5. Black has a weakened kingside. Bishop f5 is not possible. The material is even right now, but black's position looks to be very weak. White's going to play the bishop to d6, attacking the rook and overprotecting c5. Hey, Jackson, look it up for us, please. I'm going to put you in charge of that assignment, Jackson. Google it for us. How old is Andrew Tang? Would you do that for us? Would you Google that and let us know? Liam Putnam versus Brian Enming Lin. We have a London system. Knight d2, c5. Knight gf3. Bishop d6, d takes c5. Bishop takes f4, e takes f4. Liam Putnam always looking to play the game in creative ways. Bishop d3, knight c6, and kingside castling. Queen d6 looks like a pretty weird move. Took Brian 20 minutes to play it. So Andrew Tang is 25 years old. Thank you. Something feels off about this move. Queen d6, bishop takes, h7 could be a possibility here. I don't know how strong that is, but since the queen is hanging on d6, bishop takes h7, king takes knight e4, attacks the queen, but plans knight g5 check, queen h5, and queen h7. This is an interesting attacking idea there. And Putnam might be considering that. He's been in the tank for 15 minutes. Oh, he plays it. And Liam goes for it. Liam Putnam is going for the immortal game of the tournament, guys. Liam Putnam is going for the immortal game of the 13th New York Super Swiss Championship. He sacrifices the bishop, and Brian has no option but to accept the gift. If he doesn't take the bishop, then White's not going to play queen h5 because of knight f6, attacking the queen and the bishop. But he will play knight e4, attacks the queen, but most importantly, attacks the f6 square. So after queen e7, queen h5, knight f6, I can take here now, right? And play bishop d3 check and queen h7 checkmate. Brilliant indeed, Jackson. Brian took the bishop, and Liam plays knight e4. Oh, boy. Oh, brother. I just got so excited. I'm going to fill up my water bottle and be back in 2 minutes, guys. This is amazing. This is going to be fun. He played knight e4. So here's one of the problems plaguing the black position is that after knight g5 check, king to g8, white's not going to play queen h5. Let's say queen e7, check here. White's not going to play queen h5, threatening a checkmate, because knight f6 attacks the queen and defends h7. So what Liam is looking to do is trade on d7 first, doing away with the knight that could access that square, and then he's moving the queen to h5. So that's the thing. This would be game over. This is game over. So black would need to capture with the queen to make room for the king via e7 here. So that's what. Queen h5, rook moves, check, king f8, and black can still expect to take his king towards the queen side. We will see. There's this thing about us chess players, right? Where when we see somebody going for a brilliancy like we see Liam Putnam doing here, it's not that we're rooting against Brian, but we just want to watch history being made, right? We just want to watch the guy that's going for an immortal game to get it too. I was like, oh, I hope he really knows what he's doing, and that he produces a true work of art right here in front of us. Brian has chosen queen e7, and he played that move pretty quickly. It's hard to imagine anything else being playable. So let's see what Liam is going to do. We've got Liam on the live feed here. You see Andrew Tang looking at the position, really interested. How can you not be interested in this? I personally don't, Jackson. I don't ever play the Alien Gambit. Mikola Bortnik is playing white against Rahul. E4, E6, D4, D5, 92. So he plays the Tarrasch variation against the French. This is Rahul's second French defense of the tournament. He played a game against the advanced variation in round number 1 or 2 that was very interesting. We got a chance to speak with Rahul in the post-game interview, and I mentioned to him that I would be rooting for him to play another French because I personally love the French defense, and he's obliging. Queen to d6 is the most theoretical move here. But queen d7 is also possible. Kingside castling, knight c6. Knight b3, knight f6. And white does not take the pawn on d4. White plays the queen to e2, a6, and a4. Bishop d6 and rook d1. It's no use for black to play e5 now to protect the pawn due to the pin on the e file. White's going to get the pawn back anyway. And e5. One of the reasons black plays queen to d7 in this line instead of queen d6 is precisely so the dark squared bishop is developed on d6. Pawn to e5, knight takes c6, and queen takes c6. Taking on e5 now would be, of course, a blunder. Because after bishop takes c5, queen takes c5, there's nobody defending the bishop on c4 anymore. White has played the bishop to g5. And now bishop c7. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and bishop d5. So Mykola Bortnyk gives up the bishop there. He's doing so in a very conscious manner. He wants to dominate the light squares, basically. That's why he's giving up the bishop there. He believes that he's got the best minor piece on the board, which is his light squared bishop. And he wants to play against black's dark squared bishop. He wants to make it a bad piece, limited by the defense of the e5 pawn. But black's position is certainly not worse. The bishop there counts for something. Rook to e1, bishop to f5. Knight to h4, bishop back to c8. So Mykola Bortnyk, if you would like a draw, he could play the knight back to f3, and we could perhaps have a repetition. Instead, he plays rook to a3, declining the repetition. We can see at the live feed that people are just not leaving Liam Putnam alone, right? It's like nobody's interested in their own games anymore. Oh, let's go check Liam's. b5 has been played by Rahul. Nicola's taken some chances here in trying to play for a win. His knight's out of the game a bit on h4. And it's not clear whether the rook on a3 is going to lead to an attack on the king side. In the meanwhile, black's position is like fully respecting the fundamentals of the game. Bishop there. Nice coordination. It's like one player is trying by the book chess, and that's Rahul, and one player is trying to bend the rules a little bit and play creatively, and that's Bortnyk. All in all, it looks like black's position is very good, but Bortnyk is so creative, and he thrives in these types of positions. Back to the game between Kevin George and Mark Paragua. We looked at bishop g4. I mentioned that d4 is an interesting alternative to the main line of h3, but h3 is more popular and more positional. So it's very customary for black to give up the bishop pair because black would like to control the central squares on d4 and e5. So the fact that white cannot play d4 is something that that black enjoys here. Bishop g7, knight d2, kingside castling, queen to e2 and b5. Knight to f3, knight d7, and bishop to e3. b4, and c takes b4. Rook b8. This is very nice. If b takes c5, rook takes b2, black gets a lot of counterplay. So Kevin George plays a3. If c takes b4, he wants to play rook ac1, that's for sure. And black responds with a5. That looks really good. Mark knows his chess. Excellent position for him. It looks like Kevin George made an inaccuracy here by playing c takes b4. It looks like he completely missed this idea of rook b8 and a5. Because there's no reason for white not to dominate the center with d4 right now. 1, 2, 3 attackers for black. 1, 2, 3 defenders for white. White is doing just fine. He did play d4 anyway here. B takes a3, rook takes a3, and c takes d4. Bishop takes, and queen b6. Rook d2 and rook fc8. Aiming to play rook c1. White's rook retreats to a1. Rook c6 and rook b1. It's very clear that Mark Baragua is the only one playing for a win. He's got an advantage on the clock as well. Big advantage on the clock. So this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Kevin George. And he's just playing for a draw now. He's going to try to go for a draw. And next time he plays this opening, if he gets a chance, I think he's going to repeat the same 14 moves. And play d4 instead. Kelvin is asking, what's the most impressive game so far? And it's definitely Liam Putnam versus Brian. Oh, they played a bunch more moves. Knight e4, queen e7, knight takes d7. Okay, so I'm trying to understand something here. When Liam plays knight takes d7, Brian has to play d takes e4. Took him 6 minutes to play that move. He understood that there is nothing else that he can do. Everything else is a blunder. If he plays bishop takes d7, queen h5 check, king to g8, knight g5, the only way to stop checkmate is to give up the queen. If he captures with the queen, then after queen h5 check, knight g5, the king can still go for a run, but instead of queen h5 check, white has a brilliant finish here. Knight f6 check ends the game instantly. Check and rook to e3, or queen to g4, rook e3, rook h3. And this is the end of black. And if king g6, queen g4 check, king takes f6, queen g5 checkmate. So playing d takes e4 is completely forced. Knight takes f8 check, queen takes f8, and rook takes e4. And there you go. White has a rook and 2 pawns versus a bishop and a knight. But we will definitely not have an attack against the black king. I have this on the engines on a critical position on move 15. And the engines basically say that Liam Putnam's sacrifice was very strong, but there was a bit of a move order mistake. And that the best move for him would have been knight g5 first on move 15. After king g8, he plays knight takes d7, queen takes d7, queen h5. Black needs to move the rook, queen h7 check, king f8. And white is down a piece. And there's no direct attack, and white should just be playing to open up the position with ideas like f5 or c4, rook ad1. And the evaluation here after c4 is that of plus 1.53 in white's advantage. And in the current position that we have in the game, which is less accurate, white's advantage is way smaller. It stands at plus 0.50. Board number 7, the amazing Lin Chizhu is playing a sideline against Maximenko's Sicilian. H3, kingside castling, bishop to f4, e5. Bishop e3, bishop e6. d6. Black is doing just fine. White's tempo lost with the queen early on, with queen takes d4, queen d3. It's slightly costly. Queen to c8, pawn to a3. Knight to b8, rook ac1. Okay. Black wants this knight on d7. That's usually where the knight belongs in these positions. And Lin Shizhu did not want to play knight d5 here because that drops the c2 pawn. Knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f5, attacks the queen and the pawn on c2. And this is why this 11-year-old talent is going for rook ac1. Lin Shizhu is so good. What a move for an 11-year-old to understand. He's got a bunch of choices now. He can go for knight d5. Maybe he can try knight f1, knight g3. Maybe he can try knight to a4 followed by c4. No shortage of ideas for white here. Take another look at the early queenless middle game between Ethan Guo and Casa Corley. It looks like we're having a fight despite the early queen trade and a very equal position out of the opening. c5, d takes c5, d takes c5, and pawn to c4. Okay. Ethan should be a little bit careful about this pawn on b2 later. And he plays knight b3, going for counterplay. Nice. Wow. They're still playing? This is so drawn. Oh, we're going to have a draw here at any moment. I would be crazy surprised if either of those two guys continues playing this game. This is so drawn. Let's take a look. Okay, they just traded rooks. They're going to agree to a draw. Maybe right now. Taking another look at board number 9 when Oliver Barboza and Luke Hoffman were having themselves a theoretical war. And Barboza sacrifices the knight on e4. And he does it quickly. And he does it quickly too. Wow. Queen takes c4, d6. And it took him only 10 minutes to play these crazy, really insane moves. He's down a piece. But black is under a very very dangerous attack here, and looks like Luke Hoffman is completely out of book, so he will need all of his skill now. He took him 13 minutes to play king to e8, unpinning the d pawn. Very strong. Apparently, d takes e7, bishop takes e7. Rook e3, queen to f5. Takes, queen d5. King f6. Pawn to f4. Knight f3 check. Queen takes and queen h5. So he's attacking h2, and white defends it with queen here. Black will probably play queen h4 and try to trade the queens in this way. Champ Ragu following the Marshall Chess Club. We appreciate that. Thank you. So Gus is playing Max. We were having some trouble with this game, and we could not have looked at it earlier. But now it appears that it's fixed, and we have the actual game here. We have the Caro-Kann defense Botvinnik variation, which is when black plays c5 here instead of bishop f5. The main move for white is d takes c5, but knight f3 is a very interesting secondary possibility, and this is what Gus Huston is going for. C takes d4, knight takes d4. Would you guys answer me something? Should I pronounce his name like the city in Texas? Houston instead of Huston? I once had a student with this exact name, and he told me in his case they pronounced it Houston. Knight c6. Knight takes c6 and bishop d3. e6, kingside castling, knight e7 and rook e1. a5, c3, and knight f5. Gus attacks the c6 pawn. Motola defends with the bishop. Knight f3. He wants this queen on g4 with the quickness. I don't know. Make your best guess. Instead of Gus Huston, I'm gonna call him Guess Houston. You sound like a funny man, Head of Dog, who likes himself a nice play of words. Rook b8, rook b1, h6 and h4. King h8 and h5. Rook b6 and queen h3. Knight h4 and Gus takes. I just call him Gus and avoid the problem entirely. Exactly. Queen e3 and c4. Bishop c2. I remember back in the 1990s, there was a grandmaster from Russia who I loved to see his games, and he was so creative. He played some incredible games. Very creative guy. He never really like broke to the very top and never became a 2700 guy, but like a very strong player who I believe peaked in his like high 2600s FIDE, and that's what his name is. And I remember there was some Brazilian grandmaster who just joked that once, saying that that guy desperately needs a nickname. But in Russian, the J should be pronounced like an I, and that seems to be the case with the Slavic languages. So Vadim Svyakhinsev appears to be the pronunciation of his name. H takes g5, b3, and g6. When I'm playing these positions as black, I'm always looking for opportunities to, try to trade my bad bishop. So if I were Matola, I would have really liked to play bishop b5 here, trying to trade the bishops, because if white doesn't trade, then the d4 advance now is stronger because d3 could be next. It's kind of dangerous for black to keep this bishop bad and allow this strong bishop to remain on the board. That can be dangerous. So c4, bishop c2, this bishop is very good and this bishop is very bad. So appears to have been a serious positional mistake, this move. Bishop g5, bishop takes. Black cannot take with the queen because of queen takes b6. So h takes g5 and b3. Looks like Guz is crushing now, guys. Matola played the opening very well. Bishop e5 seems to give him a good position. But he's got too many problems now. Gus is going to dominate the b file while this pawn is under attack, and there can be issues on this diagonal. And I can see some situations where this pawn advancing to h6 could become a problem for black too. Gus might be on his way for a second win. Black played g6, which is a bit surprising. This is super crushing now. How long did it take Motola to make... it took him 9 minutes to play c4. Gus seems to be on his way to have a very good day, fighting back in this tournament. He started uncharacteristically out of form, but this would make his second win in as many games today. Ethan Guo and Casa Corley have indeed agreed to a draw. This is so drawn indeed that it would have been quite awkward for them to keep playing this position. Moving on to board 11, Nathaniel Moore versus Juan Pereira of Argentina, representing South America. Nathaniel Moore was under pressure to demonstrate White's compensation. Bishop f3. Queen f4 check. Rook to d2. I quite like rook to d2. Normally, it's not a good idea to pin our own pieces, but Nathaniel Moore wants to develop the kingside rook as quickly as possible. And e5, rook hd1. Knight h6, and queen to e7. Another interesting idea for white here is to play b4, b5. Putting pressure against c6. With queen e7, so the g7 pawn is under attack, and of course so is the bishop on d7, but if bishop g4, how is black not just up a pawn and solving everything now? If queen takes c7, king takes c7, defends d8 just fine. Motola has resigned. Rook b7, queen to c8, and queen to a7, and he resigned the game. Yeah, after queen a7, there's nothing he can do. He's just getting mated. So queen to c8 was his last mistake. He could have protected the 7th rank with rook f7 a lot better. But let's say takes the rook, plays e6. Queen check and bishop b3. Lots of attackers against this pawn. And if bishop c6, there's c4. Followed by c takes d5. This should be very winning for white anyway in the long run. Nice for Gus. He's fighting back. FIDE Master Camacho Campuzano from the Dominican Republic, trying to crack Mark Plotkin's modern defense. B takes c3, knight takes c3, queen to b8. Rook fc1 and king side castling. Queen to d3 and queen to b3. Rook a3. Daring black to take the pawn, because if black takes, then knight b5. Bishop takes b5, a takes b5. This queen is getting trapped. Like rook fb8, rook b3, queen a2. Now knight c3 attacks the queen, but hangs the rook. So we protect the rook first like this and play knight c3 after. And this queen is gone. So rook a3 is very strong. Plotkin retreats the queen back to b7. Knight b5. And rook fc8. Rook ac3, knight to e8. Rook c2, bishop to f6. Knight c3, bishop to d8. Excellent night for Camacho. He found an advantage against Plotkin's modern. It's hard to see how it can improve, because all the potential weaknesses seem to be defended here. But there's no doubt that this is a very strong light squared formation here, which gives white an advantage for sure. Back to board 13. We last looked at this in the opening. Advanced variation of the French defense. William Safranak seemed to have gotten an advantage against Grant Zhu. We stopped on move 12 when black played knight a6. Bishop d3, knight c6, bishop to c2. The d4 pawn needs to be kept defended. Queen to d3, and black cannot castle because of checkmate. These knights are being controlled very nicely by white's pawns. So this looks like a successful opening for white. And then black plays a4. If the bishop takes the pawn, then there's knight takes e5, attacking the queen and the bishop. Bishop takes d7 check, knight takes d7. And it's a fantastic trade for black to trade his a pawn with white's e5 pawn. So instead, Safranek develops the bishop. We have knight a5, rook ac1, and bishop b5. Bishop takes a5, queen takes, and queen d2. Okay. Queen a6 and bishop d3. I would really have liked to trade the queens if I'm black. Because after queen takes d2, rook takes d2, knight a8 and b6, black seems to have good queenside prospects here. King to d7, double the rooks. The c4 square is promising. Only black can be a bit better. Instead, we had bishop d3. Bishop takes and queen takes. White really wants an endgame here. Black obliges. But Safranek might be thinking that he's got an easy draw in this endgame, but I don't think so. These pawns being fixed on dark squares and these pawns being fixed on dark squares makes this endgame a bit dangerous for white to play. Black will be able to generate a weakness by playing b5, b4. And there you go. Rook a1, rook a8, and knight d1. This is what we currently have. White's going to try to add another attacker here. Black should perhaps play rook a5 and double the rooks. But in the long run, these two pawns on d4 and b2, they tend to be weaker than black's pawn on a4. And white is the one fighting for the draw, not black. There you go. Grantzu wants to double the rooks. Kudeleko versus Lapshin. It had looked in the opening as if Lapshin had made a mistake by allowing d5. After 5 minutes, he replied with bishop takes b2 and rook to g8. Knight d4. Pawn to c6. Pawn to f3. E takes, g takes. Bishop needs to move. Goes back to c8. Knight c3, c takes d5, and c5. Knight c6. Knight b5. Fantastic opening for white here. Kudeleko has a large advantage. Bishop e6. Knight d6 check. King to d7. The king cannot go to f8. King to d7 is the only move. If it goes to f8, there's going to be a queen f6 checkmate in two moves. Knight takes e6 check and queen f6 checkmate. With king d7, we have knight takes e6, f takes e6, and pawn to b5. Knight moves to a5, and then knight takes b7. trying to see if I like this move. Looks cute, you know? After knight takes b7, c6 check, he took on b7. But this is a tremendous attacking formation with a knight on the sixth rank supported by 2 pawns. And there's a pawn up for grabs here, followed by a 7th rank invasion. And black is doomed. Rook g1 check, king f2, rook takes a1, queen takes a1. Does nothing for black. White is up a pawn with a crushing attack to boot. Black is cooked. Kudeleko makes a huge mistake, guys. Knight takes b7 is a huge mistake. Quite a relief for your elapsion. Like, he jumped the gun. One of those cases in chess where, like, the prettiest continuation is not the best one, and black now breathes a sigh of relief. It's like, I'm back in the game. Queen a6 check is coming. And check, bishop d3, and rook h6. I don't get rook g6, you know. I'm taking a while here to try to grasp this. So looks like Lapshin just wanted to defend this pawn against this idea, but that's not a very important pawn. Like, he needs to move the queen side. He can't leave this rook here forever. And after rook c8, queen a6 check, king to b8, there's no b6 because the queen takes. And the e6 pawn means very, very little. Queen c7 creates some ideas connected with queen g3 check. White's king is exposed now. Black's position looks fantastic. So Lapshin allows this move to happen in a way that his rook is totally out of the game. Plenty of mistakes in this game, I think. Michael Rode versus Ishan Habar. We last looked at move 16 with a balanced position in the classical variation of the Slav. C takes d5, bishop takes d5, rook d7, queen to c4. Knight takes d5 and e takes d5. Michael Rode is playing really well today. Out of all the books, it's plenty of books here. That's because you're not seeing my chess bookshelves right here. I have 3 of them filled with books and trophies, Jackson. Um, so what is my favorite? I really like this one here. I use it so much. I somehow ripped. I somehow ripped off the cover, and it's this. So this is the 1,000 annotated games by the Chess Informant. So, for example, this is Anatoly Karpov beating Boris Spassky in 1975. That's game 191. You keep advancing. And then let's see. You have Kasparov beating Karpov in the World Championship match in Seville, Spain, 1987. Game 431. You keep advancing. And you see Kasparov beating Alexei Shirov in a fantastic exchange sacrifice against the Sveshnikov Sicilian in 1994. Vladimir Kramnik defeating Grandmaster Robert Hibner in Dortmund 2000. Vishy Anand crushing Viktor Bologan Skaro-Khan in the Dortmund Super Tournament of 2003. Just a great book, just a great read. Knight takes d5 would lose a pawn here after bishop takes e1, rook takes e1, knight takes e4, queen takes c4, rook takes d5. So Michael Rode captures with the right piece, with the right unit, the pawn. Rook e8, pawn advances itself to d6, knight e6, and rook d5. Wow, rook d5 is very, very strong. Ouch. This might have been a blunder. I'm looking at this position after knight a6, after here, because when Michael Rode plays d6, he's threatening to pin the knight here with rook d5. And Eshan Hebar appears to have blundered with knight e6 because after rook d5, he's lost. If queen b6, rook b5 wins a piece. With knight c5, white plays knight e4. And this is too much. After bishop takes e1, there's knight takes c5, attacking the rook. And black is completely lost. Black might even resign the game now. Unfortunately for Eshan, he makes a huge blunder here with knight e6. And he's lost. This knight should have gone to a6, protecting this bishop. After rook d5, queen to d8. White has a strong position, but the bishop is defended. Well, Jackson, they are your age, but they have been. So Aaron is asking the name of the book. It's called The Best of the Best, 1000. So these are the top 10 games of the first 100 chess informants. The first one is from the year 1966, and the 100th one is from 2007. So these are basically the 10 best games of chess played every 3 months, every 6 months, over a period of 4 decades. From the late 1960s to the late 2000s. 1,000 games analyzed. Fantastic. Fantastic games. We'll see if Eshan Hebar is going to resign. Leif Pressman has defeated Andrew Jing in that endgame. Let's see how. It seemed a bit unlikely that White would win. I'm sorry, that Black would win this endgame, but we'll see what happened. Black's drawing chances seem to be... White's drawing chances seem to be pretty good. So E5. G5, okay. So Jing's idea was to play G4, G5, and possibly Rook H4, Rook takes H7. But he decides not to play Rook H4 because Black can play E6 and defend the pawn anyway. So he plays Rook B4. We have pawn to B5 and Rook B1. Knight A4. King to F1. Knight C3. Rook B3. Knight to D5. Black has improved his position by a lot. And White is just in deep trouble. E3 seems to be a nice touch. Giving up the pawn to transition into a rook endgame that seems very winning. Rook D7 cuts off the opponent's king. And now the pawn is home free. King to C4. E4, king to B3. And this is very over. Andrew Jing did not resign here. F4, Rook H3, and now he resigned. Nice in-game technique by Leif Pressman. If you're talking about books for chess beginners, Jackson, I would know one to recommend because let's say that it's like beginner books. There's not a huge difference between them, like the basic rules of the game and the initial techniques. They will all teach similar things. I do like Susan Polgar's book series. You can look it up. There's a collection of beginner books by Susan Polgar that is really, really good. Board number 18, we've never had a move being relayed here between Nathaniel Mulodzanov versus Pedro Espinosa. We move on to 19, Thomas Kong versus Kevin Wang. We had stopped on move 18 with what seemed to be some advantage for Thomas Kung out of the opening. Rook d5 and knight e6. Pawn to h4 and knight c7. Wow. Solid sacrifice of the exchange by Thomas here. Ha. Huh. Wow. I love this exchange sacrifice. This light squared bishop is stronger than any of black's rooks now. Beautiful play by Thomas. Position. I think this was the was this the first positional exchange sacrifice we've had. He's getting the material back though. And queen to d5. Queen takes d5 and rook b8. King to e2 and pawn to a5. Rook to a1 and bishop to d8. Okay, this is just a fantastic endgame for white, and Kevin Wang might have missed before. This seems to be actually quite winning. a6, rook a8. Black's position deteriorated so quickly, and queen takes d5 looks like a big mistake by Kevin. He could have played rook to c8, attacking this pawn, because if white plays c4, white would lose the b3 pawn. So white would trade the queens and approach with the king here, but that's a much smaller advantage. Black could even play rook a8 just to prevent rook a1, rook a5. Looks like we're having a problem with the video feed. Our technicians are letting me know that the cameras should be up and running in about 10 minutes. So we do a quick 15-minute break in each of these rounds, but we're not going to do one right now. We're not going to do one today. Let's go all the way to the end. I usually do these breaks for a little snack, fill up on water, but I'm all filled up on water, and I already had a wonderful dinner before this broadcast. Bishop e3, king e7. So Brazil is wonderful for fruit, Aaron. So my fridge right now is stacked with avocados, and I have bananas and mangoes and plums and pineapple. No, I finished all the pineapple yesterday. I'm eating lots of fruit these days. Brazil is wonderful for fruit, pretty much any time of the year. But I miss me a big old pizza, you know, pepperoni pizza. It's been a while since I ordered one. Maybe I'll order one on Sunday to celebrate the tournament, after the tournament is over. And then board number 20. Ben Gershnov had played a fantastic opening, but then he made this big positional mistake with b4, which probably threw away his advantage. b3, queen takes b3, bishop a6, and knight c5. So black sacrifices a pawn to open up the b file, but the knight on c5 is so strong. Rook ab1, rook to c2. Very large advantage for white here. But of course, white needs to be careful. After knight b3, this pawn is under attack. Black defends it. Queen to e2 looks like a good move if white has the time for it. He wants to play knight e1 and knight d3. I like that. a5, knight takes a5. Rook a8, rook takes c6. Rook to b8 and rook to c7. Rook a6 looks like a good move. Rook a6, trading these rooks, looks like a very good move for white. Rook c7 is inviting queen b4. Then knight c6 and queen a4. Queen a4 is a good move. If knight takes rook, queen takes pawn check, king to c2, queen takes pawn, rook b1 is going to be necessary. Now white is on the defensive. White is on the defensive here. So rook c7 was very reckless. And Mahir Patel should have played rook a6. Black has no attack. It would have been game over, basically. White is up 3 pawns. Okay, so that's the second lap. On all of the games. So, of course, we're going to circle right back to the Tang man. And Andrew Tang has defeated Maxim Novik. And queen takes a2 should really be the culprit there. Bishop b5, kingside castling, knight e2, queen a5. He had obtained a wonderful advantage out of the opening here. Bishop d6, rook f e8, rook f d1. Too many weaknesses in black's camp. And now knight takes d5. Andrew Tang, fantastic idea. Wow. So deep. And he played it in 1 minute too. The idea is to play bishop c4 now, because when this knight moves, there's queen g6 check. How wonderful is that? Wow. If knight f6, queen g6 check, king h8, queen takes f6 check, king h7, queen takes f7 check, king moves, check, king h7, bishop d3 check, king to g8, queen g6 check, and queen h7 checkmate. How good is Andrew Tang? Wow. That's crazy. That's too good. So Novik played the knight to e7, to defend this square. But now bishop takes e7, attacks this bishop. Knight takes e7, rook takes d7, and black is crushed. What if he had taken with the rook? Then queen g6 check, king h8, check, king g8, queen takes g5 check. Plain Hall is back. Fantastic move, head of dog. Very impressive. And now, what? Probably rook d5. With the idea of rook g5. If f6, rook g5 is a double checkmate. If rook e5, there's rook takes d7. If knight e5, there's rook takes e5, rook takes e5, queen g6 check, king f8, queen takes f7 checkmate. Or king h8, bishop takes f7, threatening a checkmate in one. It's like in each of these tournaments, at least one game of Andrew Tang is like immortal game like. He did it last December as well, and he's doing it again. This is when you see that Andrew Tang has that ability that resemble it. He can play like an elite player when he's really on. Novik himself must be really surprised, like, how good is this guy? Now he attacks this bishop and he attacks f7 and he wants a discovered attack against the queen. I'm doing 9 hours of broadcast every day, Jackson. And each day the broadcast ends at about 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Except on Sunday, the last day, it's going to be 2 hours earlier, 8:45. We see Andrew Tang is no longer there. Exactly. Any questions, ask Calvin. He knows everything. Knight d5, bishop takes d5. Black is down a piece and resigned. So Andrew Tang puts a stamp on this game. And now Andrew Tang has 4.5 points out of 5 games. Yeah, so is that right? No, he's got 2 draws against Rahul and against Brodsky as well. So he's got 4 points out of 5 with 3 wins and 2 draws. So it's Black's turn here, Jackson. Bishop takes d5, and then it's Black to play. Black would take the bishop, but he decided to give up because he was going to lose the bishop on b4. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen, rook takes b4. White has an extra knight and a pawn, which is too much of an advantage at this level. So Black decided to just resign. Going back to Putnam versus Lin. b6. f5 seems to be a strong attacking move by Liam. King to g8. And queen to h5. E takes f5, rook h4. Pawn to f6, queen h7, and king f7. So he doesn't want to go for the draw by perpetual. He threatens rook e8. Bishop d7, check. He repeats moves a couple more times. So guys, we've got the engines explaining yes, this chess club is in New York City, Jackson. Where are you from, Jackson? So Liam Putnam had a winning position. We have an engine line here that shows the forced win. So queen h5, intending to play the rook on h4, and setting up the battery with the queen in front of the rook was the mistake. And he should have done the opposite. Rook h4 first, and white is winning. The point is that after e takes f5, instead of queen h5, which allows f6, white plays the queen to f3, attacks the knight, and then puts the queen on h3 behind the rook. And now black is lost. One could argue that a player of Liam Putnam's level would be very much capable of finding an idea like this, but easier said than done, right? I've got the engines here. But yes, he was completely winning. Now he wants to play queen d5 check and answer queen f7 with rook h8 check. Black finds a nice response because there's a back rank problem. So rook h8 is now a blunder. White would indeed win the queen, but lose the king in the process. Bishop takes e8. Queen takes f5. Queen takes a2, pawn to h3. If Brian finishes coordinating his minor pieces, he might be the one playing for the win pretty soon. Seven minutes for Liam, 32 minutes for Brian. Things did not work out as planned for Liam Putnam. But everything he did with that combination was very sound, and he was winning. Let's catch up on Bortnyk versus Rahul. B takes a4. Rook takes a4. Rook takes b2 and bishop e3. Bishop e6 and rook takes a6. Bishop takes b3. C takes b3. And then queen to c5. Queen c5 seems to be pretty strong. Mykola now needs to defend. One would think that he would play the queen to e3 or the rook to f1, but he plays king h1 instead. Queen takes f2, not f5. Mykola is going for an attack that's probably not there anymore. And Rahul is now totally in control. Check, king f8, knight c6. He's definitely going to play queen takes e4 now. When Rahul played b5 on move 20, probably Mykola should have exchanged. And kept the b file closed. Queen to e4. I kind of like the black position at this point. Playing the king to h8. Unpinning this pawn, preparing to play f5. trying to make that move. And if knight f5, then maybe queen g5 threatening to take the knight. The bishop pair seems to be taken over. But not g6. G6, stopping knight f5 is a huge blunder. Knight takes g6, h takes g6, queen takes g6 check, exploiting the pin. The rook cannot go to h3 with a check, but it can go to g3 with a check mate. But when he didn't take, then Rahul played just the right thing by taking on a4 and exploiting the open b file for his rook. We have a couple more moves being played. Queen takes c4, rook takes c4, and rook to e8. And pawn to b4. Black is totally in control of this endgame. This 4 versus 2 kingside majority should decide the game in Black's favor. Kevin George was trying to hold a draw against Mark Paragua. Let's see if Paragua is being able to make progress in his attempt to utilize his dark squared advantage to produce a win here. Okay, he wins a pawn, but material has dwindled quite a bit. f5, bishop d3, knight g5, rook c7 check, king to f6, bishop to c4. Knight takes h3, f4, d3 check, bishop takes. Looks like Kevin defended pretty well, made sure to keep his pieces active. Bishop c4 was a nice touch because he lets his opponent know that, hey, I might actually win this thing if I play f4. You play the knight somewhere bad, then rook f7 is a checkmate. And so by producing a counterattack, he seems to have been able to get a draw. d3, bishop takes d3. Now h5. He might try the checkmate again, but Paragua will definitely play g5. Seems much closer to a draw than a win for Black, but Paragua has a very big advantage on the clock, and he is quite the endgame player. The 11-year-old that never ceases to amaze us, Lin Zhu, is playing white against Maximenko. I mentioned that on this position, he could choose among 3 different plans. Knight a4 followed by c4, knight f1 followed by knight g3, or plain knight d5. He actually chose number 1, knight a4 followed by c4. Queen c6, knight c3. Rook f c8, knight d5. I'm a bit surprised that Maximenko did not want to play knight c5 here, because there are 3 attackers against this pawn, and that kind of forces white to give up the dark squared bishop. Maybe he saw this and did not like, because the bishop on e3 not being there anymore, that vacates the e3 square for this knight. And then white can have very good knights here. But if I'm playing black, I would really like to take the opponent's dark squared bishop off the board. Knight d5, bishop takes. And he takes with the e pawn to get a queenside advantage. He takes c5 away from this knight. And now he might want to play on the king side as well. Wow. And then he goes knight f1, g4, and knight g3. A takes b4, a takes b4, and rook a2. Rook to a1, rook a8. That's a smart kid. Maybe Zhu should have played a rook to d2 now. He might have gotten into a bit of trouble with h4. It looks like he missed e4, followed by knight e5, attacking the queen and both of these pawns. He might not be in control of this game anymore. Queen to b3, let's see. There is an opportunity for black to sack the exchange, but he's not going for it. He plays the queen to a7 now, protecting the rook. But taking the bishop here and playing knight e5 attacks c4, g4, d3, and f3. Not to mention possible ideas of queen c8, queen g4. This is wonderful compensation for black. Maximenko chooses not to part with the material. g5. H takes, and knight h7. Now he attacks the e4 pawn. And black responds with f5. Lin Shizu is now thinking if he should take on Passan or not. He's got 19 minutes versus 4, and he certainly has an advantage here. Maximenko really struggling. Take a look at what an 11-year-old can do. Playing against a grandmaster in one-on-one in classical chess. Putnam and Lin agreed to a draw. Rook d4, queen e6, rook e4. Queen d7, queen e2. Liam Putnam offered a draw, and Lin accepted. Lin had a huge clock advantage with 30 minutes versus 5. And now that White's attack has fizzled out, the two pieces tend to outperform a rook and a pawn. So this was definitely a game where Brian Lin could have played on. There was a similar instance today when he was playing Grandmaster Oliver Barboza in the 4th round, where he also agreed to a draw in a better position. So that's a bit of a confidence thing for sure. But he's playing extremely well. And as he goes back home and he will analyze everything with the engines and everything, he'll see that, hey, I'm actually good enough to start, dominating some of these strong guys that I respect so much. I might be able to take it up a notch and start rejecting some draw offers and go for it a bit more, But that's the kind of thing that you get with more experience that breeds confidence, and he'll get there. He's very young, very talented, very hardworking. Meanwhile, another game has finished as Grant Zhu has beaten William Safranak. We had stopped on move 29 here. Seemed like Safranak's decision to trade a bunch of pieces to head quickly into an endgame put him in some trouble, as Black's endgame is the better one. Rook b8, g3, knight c6. And rook a2. Knight b4, rook a1, rook a6. Grant Zhu trying to coordinate the attack, the final attack. This knight can go to b3. This rook can go to b4. Sometimes could be a good idea to take the knight. He just needs to find the right idea here. Rook a2. And then he goes for knight a5. Rook d3. Rook ab6. And rook b3. Yeah, this is winning. Rook c2, knight c6. Rook to d2 and bishop d8. Wow. This was an endgame class by Grant Zhu. Really was. Pretty special. The bishop is now coming to a5, and it's impossible for white to keep defending b2 and d4. I don't know if he lost on time or if he resigned, but he is lost regardless. Strong endgame performance by Grant Zhu. One more game has finished. Thomas Kung appears to have indeed materialized the win in his superior endgame against Kevin Wang. We had stopped on move 36 after black played king c7. Now we've got c4, king b7, rook b1, king c8. King e4, g6, and pawn to h5. Bishop a5, rook a1, bishop c3, rook to a3. Here, bishop c3, h takes g6, h takes g6, and pawn to c5, and pawn to c6. If black plays d takes c5 here, white's going to play bishop takes, and then like some rook a6, d6, and king d5. That's lost as well. c6 check, king to c8, rook a3. Bishop a5 and rook b7. Bishop c7 and king to d3. King to d8 and king to c4. King to b5. Bishop d8. Pawn to e5. And bishop b6. Very strong. Very strong in game. f5, g takes f6 en passant, and Kevin Wang resigned. Very, very solid in-game play. Earlier, when white played e5, if black takes, then white just plays d6 and d7, and that's over anyway. Thomas Kung played quite the endgame. One more game finished, as Grandmaster Michael Rode has defeated Eshan Hebar indeed. He had a winning position on move 22 when we stopped. Then b5 and queen takes c5. A nice tactic by the Grandmaster. Bishop takes c1. Queen to c6. Bishop takes f2 check. Knight takes f2. Queen goes back to d8. Knight e4. Queen b6 check. Trades and plays a5. After f5, he decides to sacrifice the knight, which is really surprising. There's no need for that. He can just retreat the knight in his winning. He must have found a concrete win and decided to go for it. Rook a7, rook d8, d7. Wow. This man knows his rook endgames. He refused to play up a piece because he knew the rook endgame was completely winning. Hebar resigned. Because if rook takes f8, then he's playing b8. And after rook takes b8, d8 check. This is so pretty. Nice endgames in this round. Some nice endgames. Another game finished, and Kevin George has made official his draw, a very hard-fought draw against Grandmaster Paragua. King f3, pawn to g5, rook c5, check, king g2, rook e3, check, king e6, and rook e5 check. Very good move. Take my pawn, bishop g6, h4, bishop h5. It was also okay to play g takes h4. Not enough material, so the knight fork just leads to a draw as well. With bishop h5, king f5, check, g takes h4, and we had a draw by insufficient material. Good of Kevin George. Solid performance. He struggled out of the opening, but then found his groove. Let's take one more look at Oliver Barboza versus Luke Hoffman. Move 25. We had stopped here. Queen g3, queen h4. Luke Hoffman looking to trade the queens. And he's been able to force it, to force that trade. Queen g5 check, queen takes, f takes. Black cannot allow the invasion of the 7th rank, so taking on f5 is out of the question. King g6 instead is the only move. White's definitely the one playing for the win, but black can fight. Now, look, Hoffman may have lost his patience and his discipline a little bit here. Taking on g5 allows the f7 pawn to be captured. And his endgame is much worse because he'll be down a pawn with the passive rook as well. This move appears to have been a mistake. I think so, Game and Enjoyer. I'm thinking about a5, a4, rook, a b8. And if rook a7, rook a8. And just harass this rook looking for a trade. And if white wins a pawn with rook f takes f7, then rook takes f7, rook takes b8, rook f4 will take this pawn, and black gets a draw for sure. This was a drawn endgame. King takes g5 was a mistake. He spent 2 minutes on this move. Rook f4, rook c8, rook a4. Check, check. King g4. Check. Good technique by Barboza. He appears to be totally in control now. It's a wonderful thing to be playing a better endgame where, in a rook endgame, when you're up a pawn and you have the more active rook and the more active king. That's quite the privilege. Still not a simple win, but king h5, check. King back to h6. Rook c5, rook e6. a4 and rook c4. Not sure if Barboza is finding the right technique to win, but maybe so. Check. Rook c1. He's probably playing rook a5 now. One thing he can try now is rook a5, and against rook c7, start invading with the king. I imagine that he saw Gambit Enjoyer. I imagine that he saw it. But he did not find a better way to defend, and he said, you know what, rook end games are very often drawn when one of the sides has just a 1 point advantage, so I'll just try to defend mine. But a5 now is really weird. This is a really strange endgame move by Barboza. I don't like this move at all. Like, this rook belongs here. Attacking the pawn, forcing black's rook to get back passive so that white's king can activate. Now, if black puts his rook on a4, it's going to be hard for this rook to leave the 5th rank because this pawn will always be hanging. That's a weak placement of pawn and rook here in a rook endgame. I think Barboza made a mistake here. We'll see. Lin Chizhu lost his game against Andrei Maximenko. A game he dominated for very long. Let's see what happened. Pawn to f5. He had to decide whether to take on Poisson or not. He decided to play g6 instead. Knight f6. He wants to take this pawn, but the bishop would be hanging. He can always move the bishop to f1 or play the king to f1 defending it. Instead, he plays the rook to e1, knight e5, and takes on f5. Huh. I'm trying to understand this position. It's very complicated. Bishop takes b6 is here, and he didn't play it, deflecting the queen from the rook's protection, but the queen could go here. And black has a lot of counterplay. Like, I can't take this pawn now. There's going to be... Now, black's going to win this. And knight takes f5 is a huge blunder. Because black sacrifices the exchange. So this knight attacks f3. Now, queen h3 attacks the knight, but most importantly threatens checkmate in 1. Knight d4, knight f3 check, knight takes f3, e takes f3, threatens checkmate and attacks the rook. And if queen f1, then queen g4 check and f takes e2 with the pawn protected by the queen, and black is winning. So after bishop takes b6, bishop a3, knight takes f5 would be a mistake. Very awkward position to play as white here. Knight takes f5 loses, but it's far from forced. And he just got caught in a brilliant, brilliant tactic. We have to give props to Grandmaster Andrei Maximenko. So Lin Zhu plays knight takes f5. He played it kind of quickly. He didn't realize that there's a fantastic tactical shot to black's advantage, which starts with rook takes e2. What an exchange sacrifice. Rook takes e2 and queen to d7. That's the combination of the day for you. Knight's under attack and the knight cannot be defended, because knight g3 loses instantly to queen h3. This is what he missed. Instead, he played bishop takes b6, then queen takes f5, pawn to f4. Knight f3 check. King to f2, queen takes f4. White's completely lost. Knight g4 ideas, queen h2 ideas, knight d2 check ideas. Too many ideas. And with 8 minutes left on the clock versus 2 of Grandmaster Maximenko, Lin Zhu resigned the game. It's a win for black. Quite a relief for Maximenko, who was being outplayed. And talking about relief, Mykola Bortnyk somehow survived a terrible endgame against Rahul there. We had stopped on move 33. Let's see what happened. Rahul played rook to e6, rook to c1, king to g7. Rook c4, bishop to b6. One pair of rooks gets traded, and black pushes the pawn and plays rook d6. King to g2 and rook to d5. Rook b2 and f5. h4 and king f6. King f1 and h6. Looks very difficult for white. Knight d5 check and rook takes b6 check. So he goes for the rook endgame. Down 2 pawns. But getting some counterplay against Rahul's pawns there. Very resourceful, Mykola Bortnyk. You know, fighting for a draw and really fighting for a draw here. Looks like he found it too, in a way that's unexpected. But Rahul did not find the best way to protect the kingside pawns. But he did not have a lot of time on the clock, but it's pretty clear that he can protect those pawns with king f7, rook b7, e6, rook b6, rook d6. Black is winning. He still had like 6 minutes here. If rook h7, pawn to h5, king f6, the pawns remain defended. He was winning in this endgame. Rook d3, rook takes g6, king f7, h5 defends the rook. He might have thought about rook takes h5, rook takes h6, but that should lose because of the past connected pawns here. h5 is very strong, keeps the rook protected, keeps the g3 pawn protected, and keeps an attack against h6 as well. And black does not have two passed pawns, just the one. And the king is not crossing over to the third rank. Now this just looks to be a draw. And we had a draw by repetition. Amazing escape by Bortnyk, and certainly a disappointing end to this game for Rahul, who dominated throughout and spoiled the whole game with just one wrong move in the endgame. He had 6 minutes on the clock and he only utilized 1 minute to play rook d3. Somehow the idea of king f7, king e6, rook d6 eluded him. And the game ends in a draw. One more game finished. And that's the battle between Kulaleko and Yuri Lapshin. Yuri Lapshin was in trouble, but he found a draw here. Let's see how. Rook b1 threatens to basically win the game with b6. So black plays queen b6. And now Kulaleko seems to have made a serious mistake. He doesn't want to trade the queens. That's pretty clear. That would open the a file for the rook. And black's king would be so safe with the queens traded. He needs to keep the queens on the board. But do we play the queen on a4 or a3? a3 should be the choice because of the tempo gain against the knight. And then rook g1, rook g7 ideas. And black is still in deep trouble. Instead, he plays the queen to a4. But the knight's not under attack, so black finally gets to mobilize this rook. We had rook to e8 now, protecting the knight. a4, queen c7. King to d1, knight c8, a5, e5. b6 and bishop a6. Oh, that's a cool idea. The bishop cannot be taken. The bishop is taken. There's queen b5 check and queen e8. Still at it, Venus. Still at it. And the players are being so polite to me in this round too, because they are finishing their games on cue. Like, it's like two boards do not finish at the same time. A board will finish, they'll give me 5 minutes to look over the game, and then another guy will finish, and then another one. And so it's like they're in line waiting for the games to finish so I can smoothly cover one by one. That's really cool. So we had king a7, bishop takes c8, queen takes, check and rook b8, king b8. Huh. Oh, Kudeleko had a completely winning position here. And the win, kind of difficult to find, but so he plays the queen here to a4, keeping this rook under attack. The idea is to play rook a1 and queen a8 checkmate, and queen b7 loses the rook. So after rook e7, then we have rook a1, then queen to b7 is forced, and now this rook invades the g file. Okay. This is very hard to find. This is very hard to find. Like rook h8. So this is the engine's idea. Rook g6, then queen b4, and then rook a7. That's extremely intricate. He's totally forgiven for not finding this. This is pretty hard. Rook takes h5, rook takes h5. So he tried a rook sacrifice, deflecting the opponent's rook, but that only led to a draw. Check and check. Not a great day at the office for international master Yuri Lapshin, but it could have been worse. He was lost in this game, and he did manage to escape. And another game has ended. Board 12. We last looked at Camacho Campuzano versus Mark Plotkin on move 24. Right here. And it looked like white was the one dominating the proceedings. Black finds a pawn break on c6 to liberate his position a little bit. Rook takes. Rook f2 and bishop e6. Knight d5, knight f6. Knight back to c3. Knight d7. Queen to d2. Rook a c8. Looks more like a Sicilian than a modern at the moment. Bishop to g5, bishop takes d5, and e takes d5, and rook c4. Trades the bishops and plays the queen to g5, but h4 is protected. So this rook can move. Now he's hoping to be able to play maybe knight e4, knight g5, queen h7, and queen f7. Rook c8 and g3. Rook b4 and rook e2. f5 for black, f4 for white. Looks like this is where Mark Plotkin started to take over. Rook h2 and queen to g7. But as the queens get traded, only black can play this endgame for a win. Many weaknesses in white's pawn structure. Knight takes c4, rook takes a4. Now this appears to have been a big mistake. Let's see why. He's hoping to attack the rook and take this pawn. But the rook comes to c1 with the tempo, and black pushes f4. Yeah. Well, Camacho Campuzano had 48 seconds on the clock to make his move when he chose to play f5. But wow, these pawns are doubled, and he undoubled them. Knight takes d6 first was so much better. This game felt so much like a draw. Very disappointing for the Dominican FIDE Master. After f4, we had knight e8 check, king to g6, rook d2, rook to a1, rook h8, rook g1, g3 check. He can definitely just take the knight and be up a piece. He chose to play king to g5 because that threatens a checkmate in one. Rook e2, rook g to f1, and pawn to f3. So a win for the Canadian IM on board 12. Campuzano played a fine game, and he even extracted some advantage out of the opening. And there was one move and one move only that was the culprit for his defeat, and that was f5. It was pretty drawn, pretty equal before then. We're going to go on a very quick 2-minute break and be back for the remainder of the round. So is Oliver Barboza going to be able to convert his endgame against Luke Hoffman? Last time we looked, it looked like Luke Hoffman was defending well. Down a pawn, but he's the one with the active rook now instead of his opponent. So very tough for Barboza to make progress. Since Barboza has got his rook protecting both of his pawns, he's gonna have one last shot trying to activate the king, see if that's going to produce something, but doesn't look like it. Finally, Barboza possibly as a last-ditch resort, decides to give up control of the g4 square. And so Luke Hoffman goes for it. But if rook c3 defending it, then Hoffman is going to play rook a4, attacking the a5 pawn. Very unlikely that this game is not going to end in a draw. Board number 20. Mahir Patel was playing a great game with a completely winning position against Ben Gershinov. Then he allowed his opponent to get counterplay. Then black played queen to a5. And with the rook under attack, rook c5 is the only move. He cannot play the rook to c6 instead, because queen a4 check is going to fork the king and the rook. That's the thing. So he needs to play rook c5. Needless to say, white is no longer winning. On move 28 here, he was up 3 pawns. And trading the rooks with rook a6 was the right decision. And he was just winning. He's just winning 3 pawns. Board 11, Nathaniel Moore versus Juan Pereira. We left this game on move number 18 after queen e7. Black plays bishop to f5 to protect the g7 pawn. Black is up a pawn. White is looking for compensation. And he plays queen takes d8. Trading a queen for 2 rooks, but there's no way to invade the 7th rank here. Knight f7, the rook retreats. Black is now certainly better. Knight g3, knight takes f3. Takes and bishop e6. And knight e4. Something's weird. Because now that this knight has joined the action, things are not so simple, because this is going to be quite a knight on the 6th rank. It's hard to criticize a move that takes the opponent's bishop pair away and damages his pawn structure so much. But now white's knight on d6 is going to become too strong. So black maybe should have played bishop e6 instead. And after knight e4, he doesn't take the bishop, he takes the knight. And then knight c5. Then black is better. Then black is better. Knight takes f3, bishop e6. Knight e4, queen e7, knight d6 check. King to b8, pawn to b3. Knight c7, bishop to b4. c5, bishop c3. Bishop c8. Knight b5. Okay, now knight e6 and knight e4. With this idea, black has the advantage again. Pretty good move, bishop c8 by Juan Pereira. Freeing the e6 square for the knight for this maneuver. Very good move. Black is now much better. Much better again. White's knight goes back to a3. This is Pereira's game now. This is winning. Too much pressure against f3. He kind of needs to take on d4, but then black has fantastic pawns on the king side. Oh, and bishop e4 is a nice winning touch. Wow. If f takes e4, queen takes e4, not possible to protect both of the rooks. So rook d2, bishop takes f3, rook g1, queen takes h2. Rook g3, pawn to g4, and black indeed won this game. After queen h1, white just resigned. One more game there. Those are Oliver Barboza versus Luke Hoffman. Very long game. 76 moves so far. Rook g4, rook c3. Rook back to a4, rook c5. King to g7 is a nice accuracy. Rook takes h4 would have been completely losing. Rook h8 check. King to g5 trades the rooks and white promotes first. Barboza's got just a minute. So he decides on rook a7 check. Hoffman plays the king back to h6. That's the move he just played on screen. I'd like to see if anything else happened in the Mahir Patel versus Ben Gershinov game after rook c5, but we have not had any updates from this game for a long time. These are the last two to get some confirmation on the final result. So we're just going to focus on Barboza versus Hoffman, and then we'll call it a day. It's basically board number 20, Marshall Chess Club. Mahir Patel versus Ben Gershinov. Oliver Barboza decides to give up the pawn. It's the right thing to do. It's still a practical chance to win. Black can still go wrong. He can't lose. He can't possibly lose this as white because, okay, board number 20 is a draw. Good to know. Do we happen to know on board number 20 if the draw was reached exactly after rook c5? Because the position still looks very chaotic with lots of play. Do we know if this diagram on move 33 is the final position? King to b5. But it was a draw, so we know. Mahir Patel has every reason to be disappointed. He was completely winning, just like up 3 pawns. Thank you. Thank you, Marshall Chess Club. Thank you, Go Irish. Now it's time for Luke Hoffman to start advancing his own passed pawn. Since white is not yet threatening a7. So if g5, rook c4, king to f6, rook a4, then rook b8, rook b1 check. And then, so what's really hard for white is to find a place to hide for the king. For example, g5, rook c4, king to f6, rook a4, check. So black's not going to play rook a8, rook b8, and just give up the rook like that. Black's just going to keep giving checks and checks. Because if the white king blocks the pawn, now, okay, king f5 prepares g4, and this passed pawn is not advancing. Say here, g4 advances. I'll still play here. And how is white going to promote? How is white going to improve? This is a theoretical draw, but it's not a dead draw. It's still an endgame where black could go wrong. It's pretty pleasant for Barboza because he knows he cannot lose. And there are realistic chances black can go wrong. White can still win. Now I think we'll have rook b1 check, king a7, king f6, and g5. That's a nice view. Let's take a look at these guys. You see that Hoffman is very focused. He's not like taking this lightly. He knows he's under pressure. He knows he needs to play well. Okay, now it has to be rook a1. And it's time to calculate some variations like black. In order to guarantee the draw, black needs to ensure that the pawn is going to be quick enough. For example, rook a1, a7, g5, king b7, g4. The pawn promotes. Now, black's getting a draw here because white's king is too far away from the king side, too far from reaching the g1 square. Barboza has played a7. It's time for Luke to play g5. Let's see if he's going to do it. It's time for you to push that pawn, Luke. Now he'll play g5. He has to. There's no point in giving up the rook on a7 right now. He's very nervous. He won a nice game as white in his first game today. Nice way to finish his day, getting a draw with a grandmaster as black. And looks like he'll get it too. All of you guys at the Marshall Chess Club, really nice job with the cameras. It's such a treat to be able to look at the players at a moment like this. This is so nice. Thank you for that. Now it's there's no way this can go wrong for Luke anymore. It's pretty straightforward. We're gonna have a bunch of forced moves, and Barboza will realize that his king cannot get to the G file quick enough. Now either pawn to G4 or king to F4. Either of these two moves is fine. This is just a theoretical draw now. Thank you, Mgar. I'm surprised it still took them 15 more minutes. Well, but there's still like 4 minutes on the clock combined between the two of them, and there's a 30-second increment per move. And there's still a few moves Barboza can try. So that makes sense. It's like it's a dead draw, but it's like, once again, it's a game that Barboza cannot possibly lose. So he can always take his time and king to F4. Luke is now kind of hoping. You see it with his body language. He's so much calmer now. He knows it's a draw. He's just like looking at Barboza like, whenever you'd like this to end, buddy, just let me know. Take a look. Take a look at Luke's demeanor. Now there's a little bit of a choice between king to F2 and king to F4. They're both good. But there's no reason not to play king F2, I guess. Reason he chose king f4 is probably that he feels that if he keeps his king on f4, by attacking these three squares, he's going to make it harder for Barbosa's king to approach. So not a bad decision. Now g3 is the only move. So he plays it instantly. No other move that can be played. He's really threatening to play g2 next. Hoffman has 2.5 minutes. That's pretty comfortable. Black plays the king back to f4. That's the second time this diagram will be repeated. And we have a draw. Apparently on Barbosa's offer, after rook a3 check, has been a good day at the office for Luke Hoffman. But Andrew Tang was the big winner of round number 5. A really artistic-like crushing victory against Maxim Novik. And at the moment, it's really a dogfight between Andrew Tang and David Brodsky. They already played against each other, so it will come down to who is going to perform better against the rest of the field in the 4 remaining rounds. Thank you for everyone for staying here with us so late. It's 10:51 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:51 Brazil time. And this broadcast continues tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. Pacific Time. And to all of those in Brazil, it's 1 p.m. Brazil time tomorrow. For round number 6, we have 4 more to go. Awesome to be here with you guys, doing lots of chess, lots of high quality chess. Have a good night's sleep, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.